Anthony Seminelli over there. Hey, Jenny Carney, welcome also. I appreciate when everybody does show up. It makes it fun. I'll be on camera on and off, starting momentarily. I'm just trying to get rid of some of that hissing or what's like the sibilance. I heard a voice come through and say sibilance after I said it. Maybe they'll be playful tonight. Yeah, Jenny, I try to hone in on the prominent vocals. But it does sound like they're talking to each other oftentimes. Can somebody come through and say hello, Jenny? Welcome to Ghost History Medium, Kim Geyer. So, Jenny, it's funny, we don't have an active home. Like, I wouldn't use the term haunted. Never just on the strength of getting anomalous vocals alone. But we've had a couple of things not that long ago when we would do these sittings privately. We kept hearing somebody say the light, and the front porch motion sensor light, which is off and doesn't work if you wave in front of it, would come on whenever the voice said the light. Or if we come down in the middle of the night, 3 a.m. to get a bottle of water, the light would come down halfway down the stairs. The light would come on where you can see it. Can the spirit say hello, Jenny? Like, I would never consider a location anywhere haunted just on the strength of getting anomalous voices, because we get them anywhere. But that front light was weird, because you can come home and wave your hand in front of it so you can see the keyhole, nothing. 3 a.m. coming down the stairs, you can see the glass panel over the door, light. Give you a little look at some of the Staticom system. Not all of it by any means. I can't fit it on the screen. Intuitive April. A psychic housewife of New Jersey. Owner-operator Ghosted Magazine. Love seeing that you showed up. There it is. Make sure you order these when they come out, people. When you get to see the actual product and have the magazine in your hand, it's really nicely put together. Even this. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's really an honor. Welcome, Carol Garcia. Oh, Jenny knows April. Yeah, April's amazing if you've ever seen her work. Spirits, can you say hello to Jenny or to April or to Kim or to Carol? I heard Jenny right there. You want to mark the time. Lotus and I and Tony and Sri Rathman are working on a couple other additions to the process that may make the voices really, really good. But because it's interfacing with other things, it takes time to feel out the settings and figure out if it's going to work. Hey, Chaplain, what's up? Oh, see, Kim Geyer heard Spanish speaking. She heard Vamonos. Not unheard of here, especially since Lourdes speaks fluent. And Lourdes just tuned in now, too. We're both listening on our earpods on the stream when you're hearing it in real time. If we listen to it live monitored here, we're a couple minutes ahead. I'll be quiet for a few minutes so you guys can get some opportunities to hear some stuff. It seems like it heats up as the night goes on. It gets better and better usually, but we'll see what happens. Can the spirits name anybody who's joined us remotely? What's up, Joan Costello, Michelle LeBaron, Anthony Seminelli over there. Anthony, this is a lot cleaner to listen to than open air, right? When we used to do it through the video conference and it was just the speaker was by the phone. I heard this method seems, and then I lost the rest of it. Somebody said Larry. Yeah, thanks, Kim. It's getting better. I just mentioned before, if you heard that Tony and I are kicking around an add-on to this process that might really make the voices jump. But when you add something into a larger chain of components, you have to look for things that may conflict, may be performing the same duty in more than one place. Yes, if anybody types questions in the chat, I'll ask them. I've asked before, and they said they can read the chat. So, but yeah, if you have earpods, it's definitely, I think, a good way to go from the live stream. Can the spirit say LeBaron?
Who's Larry?
Can someone please come through and say LeBaron? Or danger, he's in the room. Somebody's asked, who is this? Can they repeat danger, please? Yeah, I heard it too, Kim. Spirits, please repeat the name Danger. Got my copy. Order them when they come out, folks. They don't last long. Michelle, what did you hear? And if there's something you want to hear, by all means, let me know. Awesome. Spirit, can you say ghost magnet? Real quick, just in the off chance that Staticom is new to anybody, this is pure white noise from a white noise generator, not a sleep machine. It's being generated in real time, closed circuit system being filtered, and then as an ITC first, live white noise being slowed down in real time. There's no radio, no ability to receive or record, no data in the white noise. So any of these voices or conversations that sound like they're coming through should not be there. And when they respond or name people like Michelle or Larry or Danger, your guess is as good as ours. But it's awesome. Yeah, Michelle, we're trying to find out if we have maybe 2 regular guides that come through and help us, because we get the male-female combo a lot. How many spirits are coming through? Can you tell us? I got whispered voice say 10. Just us 2? Okay. Anthony heard 7. Kim heard 7. Jenny heard 7. So this is for you guys. Besides the fact that this is just fun to do, this is where you guys make my night. When I see 3, 4, 5, or more people commenting that they heard the same thing, I love that. Spirits, if pioneer of direct radio voice on ITC, Friedrich Jurgensen, is aware of what we're doing, can somebody say Jurgensen? Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that, especially from you. Yes, I'm going to go to what Kim Geyer said. So in European ITC lore or history from some of the operators, the group that facilitated contact between realms were known as the Seven. So if you ever hear someone at an investigation asking for a technician, like it's a job, that was the name of one of the seven, was technician. If the seven are helping us, can somebody say seven, please? If the technician is helping us, say technician, please. Anthony, I also heard church, and that's been coming in a lot lately. Jacqueline heard church, I heard church, Anthony heard church, Lourdes heard church. Again, 4. That's phenomenal to me. We are going to incrementally stamp out pareidolia. Just heard Jurgensen there. Kim, I'll ask. In the story of the seven, it was the name of one of the seven, technician. But I understand your question. Spirits, Why does this method of communicating between realms need a technician? Yeah, Jenny, we hear adult voices, male, female, children. Not surprised through the paranormal stream that you might have heard that. Keith Clark is a pioneer and a brilliant researcher. He's mentioned in every one of my books for that reason. Hey, Jason, welcome. How are you? Can we get the name of any of the entities that are trying to come through right now? I'm not sure if I just heard Florence or Lourdes. Florence is my mother, who is passed. Spirits, if you said Florence, repeat it, please. If you said Lourdes, please repeat it. Jason, we can set something up. We've been out in the field with this a lot. Okay, Jacqueline heard Florence too. That's what I thought I heard. And mother. Okay. Anthony heard Florence too. That's what I thought that was. So 34 minutes. So it'll be a minute or so before now. Or just heard Florence. Okay. Yeah, when you guys say that you heard the same thing or what you heard, it helps. That's, again, at least 4 people who heard. Spirits, does anybody else here have a loved one trying to contact? There's Florence again right there. If my mother's trying to come through, say mother. You guys see me turning around, by the way, and seemingly talking to the empty space. Lourdes is sitting behind me. There's her hand. There she is. We're both listening remote, like I said.
I know they can see me.
A voice said they see you. If Joey McCaffrey from Anthony Seminelli's team is here, can somebody say Joey? Yeah, my mother's making herself known tonight. If Joe McCaffrey's around, you get a 2-word password for when you passed on with Anthony Seminelli. Can you say those 2 words? Can Joe McCaffrey say the two words that are the name of a restaurant? For Anthony? Yeah, good catch, Jenny. That was a different voice. Kim heard Florence again. If those that we're hearing come through like or approve of being identified as the voices, please slowly and clearly say the voices. Yeah, Anthony heard it, Lourdes heard it. I thought I heard it too. It said the voice. Kim and Jenny both heard Nick. Spirits, who's Nick? Spirits, is Nick associated with anybody here? Does he have a last name? I heard somebody say the voices in that. Oh yeah, Kim, could have been sources, okay. Spirits, what's the secret about? Spirits, are you aware that there's many of us that are trying to reach out to you as well as hear you? That's interesting what you guys are saying, especially Kim, because often my mother comes through with my grandmother. If my mother's mother is here, can somebody please say the name Lucy? Did anybody hear that? It was a very fast female voice that said Lucy did this. Awesome. Thanks, Jacqueline. Yep. The first time before we started slowing down live white noise that I heard what I believe was my mother's voice come through, it was with her mother, Lucy. If they're both here, and at some point I want to make this about my guests, but if they're both here, can somebody say Lucy and Florence? Hey, Henry, welcome. Can somebody please say Lucy and Florence if they're both chiming in? Yeah, I heard both of them right there. Good ear, Jacqueline, really good. Jenny heard both here. You guys are good. You have no idea how much that makes my night to see multiple confirmations. Your mother speak. Holy crap, did you hear that?
I heard that. I heard that. Because I was trying to.
God, I don't care. The mic's picking up. Go ahead. They'll hear you. Yeah, it's going to go through.
Ooh, what's that noise?
Jenny, Jenny's got a good ear from listening to Paranormal and this. That's a good one to catch. A good catch. Chris, can you say Kimberly, Jenny, and Jacqueline? Immediately somebody said Jenny. And then Jacqueline. Yeah, Jenny, mark that time. It's about 50 minutes now, so maybe just before 50 minutes. Definitely Jenny. Clear. I heard a female say Anthony there. If my mother's watching, what musical instrument does my father play? He can do it, I just heard. Heard Jenny again there. Oh, Jenny, I gotta go back and listen to that. I did not catch that one, but I wish I did. You may notice that the voices get better now as this goes on. It seems like the connection gets stronger, or whatever it is. Or Jenny again right there. Jenny, is there anybody that you would expect or you've had come through to you before in another scenario, another means? Or Lourdes right there. For our dear friend Anthony Simonelli, can somebody come through and say, forget about it? Yeah, Jenny, I heard that too. Yeah, Jenny, is there anybody that you think or you've had come through to you? Because your name's coming up quite a bit. And if I had a royal red carpet that I could virtually roll out, I would roll it out right now for the illustrious Brian M. Bowden and Raul. Somebody said Jesus again. We heard Sal mentioned. What is Sal, or who is Sal related to that we would know? Spirits, Brian Bowden in Florida saw a UFO flying over his house. Is there anything about that or the phenomena itself you can speak to for us? Free beer. Of course. I heard the word compliant there. Spirits, what's the most important thing that humans need to know or realize about the UFO phenomena? Could someone please repeat Brian Bowden? Great catch, Brian. Wow. Right, I may be off the microphone for maybe 5 minutes or so. It's still going to be running. I will still be in the chat. I'll just be off microphone for a couple minutes. Hey, Kristen, welcome. Someone please say Brian Bowden, though. Yeah, Brian, hear Lourdes laughing in the background because, like, when I want to hear something, especially for my friends, I'll ask a few times. Happy holidays to you too, Kristen. Yeah, the name Jesus has been coming through in the last week or so, and we did not traditionally hear that. But I see that Anthony heard it, Jenny heard it. Anthony heard Staticom. Can someone come through and tell us what's it like on the other side? What is what we know to be or call the afterlife? What's it like? What should we expect? Rule, I'll reach out to you, Raul. The Shanley New Year's event got canceled, so we're not going. Spirits, we heard the name Nick a couple times come through. If that is being said because Richard Moschella, our friend, the spirit artist, just had a child whose name is Nick, can you say Richard Moschella? And can you also clarify the gatekeeper that Jenny heard? Can we have Joe McCaffrey say the two-word code words for Anthony Simonelli, please? Spirits, a lot of people are hearing the word church. We've heard, is this land or where our home is? Was it ever the location of a church? Spirits, if Ethan is at Ronald's house in Minnesota, can somebody say Ethan? But I heard, was it promised? I just heard shut up and sit again. Just heard delicious. Can someone come through and tell us what you're referring to when you say delicious? But the response was just breakfast. If somebody come through loves or misses breakfast, say the word pancake. Heard breakfast again. Spirits, what's the preferred choice for breakfast? I heard something and then sandwich. Welcome, Mr. Bobby Burgess. Jacqueline heard eggs. Jenny heard cheese and eggs. Okay. Spirits, if you like bacon, say bacon. I heard breakfast again and then yes, please. All right, spirits. If somebody is saying and likes McDonald's, please repeat McDonald's. Jenny heard chicken nuggets. Perhaps we're on our way to a sponsorship here. But Joe McCaffrey's here. Can Joe McCaffrey say the code words for Anthony White Castle? We're asking someone to please bring Joe McCaffrey forward to say White Castle. Can somebody please bring Joe McCaffrey forward to say White Castle? Lourdes and Jenny both heard Y, and then I just heard somebody say Joey. It's a code word for Anthony Simonelli before Joe McCaffrey passed away to say White Castle. Can we have him say it, please? Yeah, I thought I heard that too. Could somebody repeat Ronnie if they said it? Can somebody bring Joe McCaffrey forward for Anthony and please have him say White Castle? I heard liar too. Are we connecting to what's considered astral, ethereal, or something else? I heard the Alice. I heard the Eric. Who's Eric? I heard farms and they need help. Lower this right there, quick. Spirits, what do you want to discuss with us? If the spirits are coming through trying to tell their story, say the word story. Good night, Jacqueline. Thanks for joining. Hope to see you in this coming year. Can somebody say good night to Jacqueline, please? I heard yes, good night right there. Kimberly heard James. If James is with us, what's his last name? Are you looking for James, or is that your name? If the James that we heard is our old friend James Patterson, say James Patterson, please. All right, who heard James Patterson right there? Because I sure thought I did. Jenny, you heard it? I have to tell you the James Patterson story. If this is James Patterson, whose photo is in North Carolina, say Montgomery. Heard Jesus again right there. Can James Patterson repeat his full name, please? Somebody said that's true. Spirits, why is the name Jesus coming up so often? And we're okay with it. We're just asking. He's very hopeful. Can somebody repeat Staticom if that's what you said? We said it, he said. Yeah, Lourdes brings up a good point. Church, Jesus, a couple of people heard Satan before. Savior, Jenny heard. Somebody just said the word question. Do angels ever interact with human beings through this or other means? I heard correct, and then yes, and then Jenny hears. Is it easy or difficult for angelic beings to adjust vibration or whatever needs to be done to communicate? Excellent question, Jed. Yes, I will ask that. Spirit, can you tell us, is it safe for beings of light to visit here, our realm? Speak the language I heard. And I also heard the yes, and I also thought I heard Ronald's full name too. Jim, I just heard ancient. And I heard Florence again, which again is my mother. Can somebody, and they did it recently, can somebody say my mother's full name, say Florence Iacovetti, and as I said that, they said Florence. That's fascinating. Kim heard Florence, and Jenny, the specific voice. Jenny heard Florence also. Spirit, can you say Jed Volkman, please? Yeah, I heard Jed. I also heard research. And Jed, I don't know if it feels like it's the same location, but European ITC, specifically direct radio voice, which this is derived from, they felt that they connected with the same stations or ports of call, not just ghosts floating around in the ether. Like it was actually connecting to a station. I'm glad you heard Jed too. That's cool. Spirit, if we're connecting to a station, can you say time stream? Necrophonic with just white noise might be similar, but I would have to know more about the UI and what's in the app to speak to it. And just in case anybody doesn't know, Staticom is pure white noise from a white noise generator, not a sleep machine, generated in real time, filtered and slowed down in real time on a closed circuit system. No receiving a signal, no recording, no data whatsoever. So it would make me a little bit cautious and tentative to mention an app in the same sentence, because it's definitely a lot more vetted. Thank you, Lourdes, for posting that. Perfect. Yeah, Jed, the earbuds make a difference. So I'm using them myself so I can hear it in the same real time you do. If I hit the monitor output, I would hear it before you guys. Yeah, they said my last name, which was no easy feat either. Spirits, can you repeat Yakovetti for everybody? Oh, you heard Yakovetti then Florence? Can somebody say Florence Yakovetti? Yeah, Jed, that's what I'm working on, is through the process, letting only the voices come through, separating them from noise. The challenge is that a lot of the background noise, as you guys sometimes hear, sounds like chatter of other voices. So you're asking various components of software to separate voice from voice. To Jenny's question before, so the white noise generator is generating white noise. It's not a sleep machine, because those have pre-recorded white noise on a chip quarter. And if it's true white noise from a generator, it's every frequency a human can hear from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. And we believe the voices come through using what we know to be stochastic resonance, which is matching with one of those frequencies, and then those two resonate louder. Yeah, Jed, that's the trade-off with the EVPs. It's very easy to bastardize your results with overdoing the amplification. Yeah, you got it, Jenny. You know this stuff. But that is the key difference. You can do it with a sleep machine, but when our partners Tony and Sheree Rathman did a sleep machine for white noise as a source, a voice actually imprinted onto the sleep machine, and it kept coming through as it looped. Can somebody say goodnight to Kim, please? Did it say she served breakfast?
I heard that.
Somebody said, Ron, what was it?
I heard Ron, what was that? That's what it was.
Yeah, Jed's right. Lourdes hears everything. She really does hear a lot, but I'm finding out that a lot of the people in the chat here who are here often, Jenny being one of them, Kim, hear a lot also. Good old EVPs are awesome, Jed.
This is a secret.
Anthony, you like how this sounds and doing it this way better? Is that what you're saying? For everybody who may or may not know, when we were doing direct radio voice and then eventually Staticom, Anthony was listening to these, doing sessions with us for years on a video conference call where the phone was placed over the speaker we heard the voices from, so it was not nearly as clean audio-wise. Thank you for that, Jed. We appreciate it. We're just trying to see what we can figure out and get some answers. And when we get participation from folks like all of you, that really does make us happy that we get to share it. And then multiple people who we trust and respect are hearing the same thing. That's, to me, that's live, real-time peer review. Yeah, Anthony, that's what I was trying to tell you the other day, that you're hearing it with the same exact quality of sound that you would if you were in this room. See, Jed, when you interact with the public, if you do at events, that's what you should teach. Anthony Simonelli's been doing this for 35 years or more. teaches people, learns from people. That's somebody I look at as an example of how I want to be the longer I stay in this. I will always teach all of you, and I will always learn from all of you. Yeah, Jed, we've had Anthony Seminelli on various shows. Matter of fact, if we had him on any more shows, I would have to put him on my taxes. Somebody said, "This is my house." Who was that? And whose house are you talking about? Did anybody else hear who represents Jesus? Yes, and Jed, I heard big house too. So here, Jed, word has heard Christ, big house, who represents Jesus. So you were correct when you say she hears everything. Yeah, I've had conversations with cynical audio engineer folks from the academia community who were trying to tell me we weren't really hearing words because they're well versed in how to produce sound and how sound behaves. And I said, perhaps you should stay in your lane because I have a court reporter, which is what Lourdes does for a living. She gets paid by the state of New York to listen to testimony. So listening to sound and identifying vocals. So I don't think if they gave her a recording of cats and dogs meowing and barking and said transcribe this, and she would mistake it for words at any point. She knows speech when she hears it. Put a little live poll on the screen. If you guys see it, I was experimenting with that. Yeah, something easy, Ron. Heard that. Jenny heard Churchill. That's interesting. Lord, it's heard nice to meet you, Ron. Hey, Sarah Lynn, welcome. I may step away from the microphone for a moment to do something real fast. I'll still be listening and watching the chat, and then I'll be back on talking again. And I'll run this for a while if you guys are willing to sit here and do it. It's funny, every time I've done this at night, the later it gets, the clearer and louder the voices have gotten. Our website has a bunch of the lives on the evidence page. You can see if you fast forward to 2 hours into it. Somebody just said I love listening. Oh, Jed, so our Gonyak Paranormal YouTube page has it, but all of these lives that I've done, they're on GonyakParanormal.com the next morning. If you go to the Staticom /DRV files page and scroll to the bottom, underneath the clips, it has all the replays. You can pick which one you want, and it goes into the big player box. I'll put it in the chat for you. This will take you right to it. The bottom of that page has it. I'm going to step away from the microphone for just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. We just have somebody say, "Hey, Lourdes." But while everybody's here, and hopefully nobody leaves before I get back in like maybe 5 minutes, thank you. You may not realize it, but it totally makes my night every time I do this. When you all show up and participate, you hear the same things, you hear different stuff, you ask questions. It just, the sharing of it and having this being available all over, all from the comfort of our homes, is just so cool to me. So if you think in any way, shape, or form that you're just one person who shows up, and what does it matter if you do or you don't? It matters. To me, I think it's really cool. I love you guys. Okay, so I am stepping away, but I just heard something that Jenny heard before, which was Churchill. So So spirits, can you say Winston if you're talking about Winston Churchill? Or say cigar if you're talking about a Churchill cigar, which is a long cigar? Yeah, and Jed, that word comes up sometimes too. Hey, Joan, I did not hear the Winston, but I'm going to listen again. I'm going to ask for it again. And it's always cool to have you join us too, and you always do. So, Spirits, you said Churchill a couple times. Can you repeat the full name, Winston Churchill, if that's who we're referring to here? Yeah, showing a Paracon down there would be cool. And Jed, it's funny, I was testing out a different component that Tony Rathman and I were trying to see if it would improve the sound. And I listened to some of the playback, and it sounded like there was German coming through. Or English with a heavy German accent, which, for folks who may or may not know, the term ITC, Instrumental Transcommunication, or TCI, Transcommunication Instrumental, was coined by a German physicist who passed away a couple years ago, named Dr. Ernst Senkowski. And welcome, Chad Thomas. I saw you. Always good to have you here. Thank you, Jenny. Happy New Year to you too. Really, really appreciate when you join us. You contribute a lot to this being a very cool session every time. So thank you. If everybody who's still tuned in wants to go a little bit longer, I can. Don't let me keep you up. Anthony Seminelli wants to know from the spirit side, who's speaking? And if anybody can say goodnight to Jenny before she goes, please do. How many spirits are still around coming through? Good night, Bobby. Jed, if you're saying goodbye, good night also. Mr. Ronald Solsvar, good night. John Kinsey, we've been good. How have you been? We're looking to come back to the Queen Mary hopefully this year. Okay, cool. Jed, if you guys are willing to hang around longer, I'll keep going a little longer. Yeah, John Kinsey, we were not doing direct radio voice or now Staticom last time we were at the Queen Mary, so I would love to run this there. We've brought it to New Orleans. We've brought it to Mississippi. We're bringing it to the UK in September of 24. So, Mr. Kinsey, a quick explanation if this is new, if you've not seen us do this. And welcome, Todd, who just joined. Yeah, Joe, and actually the USS North Carolina would be awesome for us to just meet up with you to work together. And yes, I would love to do this there also. That's another place we've heard great stuff about. So, Mr. Kinsey, Staticom is derived from direct radio voice, but we removed the radio, so we changed the name. All this is pure white noise from a generator, not a sleep machine. That's the source of our white noise. It's being filtered, and then as a first in ITC ever, we're slowing down the flow of live white noise in real time. So we took everything that's done on audio capture and review, and we put it live right now in the moment of contact. So this is a closed circuit system. It cannot record or receive a signal. It doesn't get any broadcast. There's no data in pure white noise. So none of these voices should be there according to materialist accepted world physics. But they are. Oh, wow, very nice, Todd, going to Florida. Good for you. Lourdes is going at the end of January because her youngest daughter is having a baby and she's going to be a grandma. Or a Mimi or an abuelita. Spears, can you tell Todd to have a safe flight? And welcome, Nicole, one of my favorite moon ladies. Very happy to see you, Nicole. How are you guys doing? Spirit, can we get a welcome for Todd and for Nicole? Yeah, Nicole, we're okay. Christmas was good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, Jed, what do you mean invite? I might be able to help you out with that. I heard somebody say something about presents right before I answered Jed's question. Jed, you should be able to share the live stream feed from Facebook. I might be able to put the link in the chat. Yeah, see, Nicole's here, already hearing stuff. Oh, you got it, Jed? Okay, I was going to say, try this. Spirits, if you're at a station communicating, say station. But I heard it. If your station is called Time Stream or Rio do Tempo, repeat whichever one it is. Sounded like somebody said, "Hey, Lourdes." Annie Seminelli, how you doing over there? Spirits, who's Peter? Nicole heard Peter, and I know Joan heard it before twice. Word has just departed a short time ago. She went up to bed. Anthony, I'm glad you said that. When you say at this time, do you mean in the last couple of minutes they got clearer, or do you mean like over the last hour or so? Oh yeah, Nicole, she might be watching still. She's probably upstairs. So Anthony, that's interesting. I asked you that because I did some noise control settings on a couple different places because I feel like the quality vocals are going to come through anyway, but I wanted to reduce some of the chatter or anything in between those. So that really helps actually that you notice that. I like it so quiet between the voices that you wonder if it's still working. Spirits, can you say Yakovetti? I appreciate it, Anthony. That really does help a lot. A couple of the settings are in the broadcaster that I'm sending the feed to Facebook from. Most of them are in my setup, which I'll show you here. Some of them are here. Excellent question, John. Spirits, do skinwalkers exist? If they do, say skinwalker. Alice. Spirits, who's Alice? What's her last name? If anybody else who's been on for a little while now, or another night when we've done this, can tell that it sounds cleaner and quieter between the voices, let me know in the chat as well. Yeah, Anthony, I heard Spirit Walker also. Spirits, what airline is Todd and Carmela flying on? And do you know the flight number? Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that too, because you've heard this on a lot of these live feeds. Todd, are you guys on Spirit Airlines? Oh, there you go. There's the answer. Spirit Airlines out of Atlantic City. Two things that involve a lot of gambling. Atlantic City and Spirit Airlines. Or so I've heard. Enjoy your peanuts. I heard a lot of spirits. Oh, Todd, awesome that you showed up, especially considering what you're in the middle of getting ready to travel. Safe travels. Have a fantastic New Year. Reach out to us when you get a chance to. I think we have something coming up with Mr. Danger Close. I heard a spirit say something about hearing my voice. We hear your voices. How many of you are there right now? Heard 7. Whisper. Excellent observation, Nicole. Yeah, actually, I caught that, but I wasn't sure if it was me. Spirits, are you able to make a sound like musical or something other than just spoken word that we can hear? Is that possible? Can you do like a horn or a trumpet sound or a wind instrument or a chime? Or can you whistle? I heard one of them repeat the word whistle. I don't know if anybody else heard that. Okay, maybe special. Okay. You got a quiet between the words. I enjoy that. I like that a lot. If somebody said popcorn, can you repeat that? Yeah, it does sound cleaner, doesn't it? What up, Chris Mendes, star of Demon House Parts 1 and 2? My man. Can somebody say Chris Mendes, please? A lot of talking there, including the words "love this." Anthony, it still sounds solid. Nicole, still sounds good. So Anthony and Nicole pretty much hearing the same stuff. I heard something that said part of the investigation. Can somebody repeat Staticom if you said it? If Anthony Seminelli's mother is around, could she say his name, Anthony Seminelli? Why not, Joan? Spirits, Joan wants to know who's going to win the NFL Super Bowl. Spirits, how much is quantum physics and quantum mechanics going to help us understand the afterlife? A little bit, a lot, not at all. Spirits, are you saying internet because we're sharing this communication through the internet? I heard them say the internet right after I asked. If you understand that we're sharing this through the internet, say Facebook. What up, Leland? I forget that it's 2 hours earlier where you are. Always good to see you. Spirits, Leland communicates a lot. If you know who he is, say Arizona. Yeah, Leland, it's fun to do the lives, not just for the sake of doing the contact and communication, but when all these people that you love and respect show up and interact and hear the same stuff, it's great. Makes my day. Our energy is what? They said something. Our energy is something. Okay, I heard we love this. That makes sense. That's a great question, Leland. I asked it a couple of sessions ago, and they said they could. Spirits, when somebody types a message in the chat, do you need me to read them aloud, or can you read them? Oh, there you go. And you have an educated ear from doing communications yourself, so. Spirits, can you repeat lavender? That was clear. Something about these messages. Did you hear that? Who's the female coming through? Spirits, can you say Tony Rathman? Is there anybody or anything spirits want to share with us or talk about? Yeah, right, Leland? Sometimes they're super clear, but it catches you off guard and you don't comprehend it till later. Spirits, for anybody who questions or doubts what we all believe we're doing, can you validate that this is what we think it is by saying the words spirit contact? Yeah, Nicole, I heard the same thing. I heard spirit. I didn't hear the other part. Could you repeat spirit contact if that's what we have going on here? They said spirit again. And Nicole, and for anybody else, if at any point later on you want to listen to this whole thing, which I know is a lot, or if you just want to hear any part of it, I'll put the link to our website at the bottom of the evidence page. I have a direct feed to the YouTube link. So you actually don't have to go to YouTube. You can watch any one of these lives that have happened before by just clicking the little box, and then it puts it in the big player box above. There it is. I put it in the chat. If anybody wants to revisit any of these. No account. They're heckling me from the afterlife. I put all these lives on a playlist on our YouTube channel, and I put the playlist accessible as a media player where you can select any one of them on the evidence page. There we go. Yep. Joan, I'm curious, and I'll ask that question. What made you ask that? Because Jesus has been coming up over the last week or so a lot. Spirits, are you familiar with the man named Jesus who performed miracles? They said yes, that's a something question. Very good, Anthony. Yep. Spirits, in what way, by what method was Jesus executed? Spirits, the Bible says Jesus died for all of our what? Yeah, Anthony, I thought I heard it too. I was waiting to see if somebody else said it. Okay. It came out pretty quickly, if I'm not mistaken. Spirits, yes or no? Is it ever possible that somebody doing this kind of communication would ever have an interaction with Jesus? Or Jesus again? You think it sounds like Lourdes? Chris, what's easier to use, this method, Staticom, or Ghostbox? If anybody heard an answer to that, go ahead and type it in. I thought I did. Hey, Anthony, if you can tell still, and if Nicole's still here too, Joan, anybody who's been listening, if it still sounds cleaner and quieter in between the vocals. So to me it does, but I trust you guys. Good night, Anthony. I was going to shut it down in a couple minutes anyway. Sometimes I'll step away from the microphone for a few and then come back and see where things are at. So whoever's still here, I'm going to step off the microphone for a moment, but I'll leave it up a little bit longer. And I'll still be monitoring in the chat. I can still respond in the chat. Anybody wants to come through and say goodnight to Anthony, go ahead. Good night over there. All right, folks, I'm going to come off the microphone for a couple of minutes. I'll leave it running in case anybody's still enjoying it. You can always put in the chat if you want to let it go a little longer. It is a long session. And thank you, Joan, for saying that it sounds cleaner. I'm trying to constantly work on that. I'll leave it up for a couple more minutes when I step away. When I come back, if there's people still here and want it, I'll let it go a little more. If not, I'll call it. All right, for those who joined, for anybody who hears this on replay, and anybody who still might be around, thank you for joining for a very long and interesting Staticom sitting. Happy and safe. Healthy New Year. You're all my friends and family. I love you all. From the Staticom headquarters, East Coast. Good night. God bless, and be well.